Yo, yo. All right, been a couple weeks, but I got a little busy. IRL, you know how it is. I had to go to a thing. For work. I had to travel somewhere, and then I got sick. So, plus it was a little bit of time in between D&D sessions anyway, so I had a little bit of a break. Kind of put prepping on pause for a little bit because I was kind of doing a lot, working and prepping and stuff. But we got a D&D session coming up in a week on the 14th, so that means that I need to start prepping again, start familiarizing myself back with this game, because you spend a little bit of time off of the game and you start to forget stuff. So I need to spend some time today just prepping stuff and refamiliarizing myself with the campaign and the party, just to make sure I'm back where I want to be. And I figured I'd just stream it because why not chat about it. I will say, I have to say something. Disaster has struck in a couple of ways, but the main way that disaster has struck is that one of my players told me after the first session that three of them have played a little bit of Storm King's Thunder already. And I didn't know that. They didn't even know that somehow. I don't know how you could forget that you ran a campaign. I honestly don't know how you could forget. But apparently it was like, I don't know, 8 years ago, something crazy like that, like 6 years ago or something crazy like that. So, this book is pretty old. I wonder when it came out, but it was a long time ago, and they said they don't really remember much. And they said that they did like the first couple sessions, and they went through Nightstone, and then they stopped playing. So, that's good, because I prepped this book up for like 2 months, and then they're like, oh yeah, I've heard of Lady Nandor. What's her name? The lady in Nightstone. Oh yeah, I've heard that name before. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, we played this campaign, and I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, like, how could you forget? But it is what it is, and what this does now is it gives me a reason to try to think of different Lady Nandaria. Try to think of like different ways that we can run this book, different things that we can kind of mix in, make it a little bit different for them. I just got to get them out of Nightstone, and then everything past that should be brand new to them. Should be. Now, one of the guys did like run the game, so I assume that he read some of the book. So I'm like trying to figure out like how to make it different, how to make it, because this is what you're supposed to do with your campaigns anyway. You take the book, and if you're running a pre-written module, take the book, take the encounters, make them your own, make them something that the party is actually gonna want to run, and tailor it to your party style, tailor it to what the party wants to see, what kind of monsters they like and stuff like that. Maybe they like intrigue, maybe they like combat. So whatever, it's whatever. they're all like parents, and they have like lives, professional lives, and like they really don't remember. They said that they don't really remember much of it anyway, because they've been doing a lot since then. So I'm gonna take their word for it, and I'm just gonna make it as different as possible. And we'll just kind of go from there. But I do want to share, I made some recaps I started making some recaps for them. I thought it was just something a little, a little something nice that I could do for them. Again, because they're nice enough to, look to me to be their DM. So I started writing these little recaps using the home brewery document. And at the end of the story, at the end of the campaign, they're going to be able to take these and turn it into a book, basically. You can put them all together. You can print them out if you want, bind them in like a little binder or something like that. I just thought it was something nice, and it's also like helps me keep my head on straight and remind myself of like where they are in the book and like what they're doing. So to refresh you a little bit about the story, this story we're doing Storm King's Thunder, and this MILFs comes from their previous campaign. They did Ghost of Saltmarsh, and they called themselves MILFs Enterprise because, of course. So we're doing Storm King's Thunder, and somewhere along the way, they decided that they all want to be little woodland creatures. I don't know why they did that or where it came from, but they all decided that they want to be just little woodland creatures. So there's a rat, there's 2 owls, there is a badger, there is let's look at them. Yeah, there's a rat, there's 2 owls, there's a raccoon and a badger, and a mouse. I don't know where that came from or why they wanted to do that, but that's what they wanted to do. So I had to think of a way that these little woodland creatures would be in this story, would be in Storm King's Thunder, and there would be a reason for them to be fighting giants, little creatures fighting giants. And basically, like the very long, short, version of it is, a crazy wizard turns them into humanoids, and they save the world because you have to, because they're the good guys, and then they're heroes. So the story starts out with the rat and one of the owls in a pet market in Waterdeep, and they escape their cages and they start living on the roof of an Italian restaurant, or a Waterdeep restaurant called Chef Boyardee's, and they just like are chilling there for a while, and eventually Balabar Buckbuckle, this crazy wizard, walks by the restaurant when it's closed and kind of like tricks them into following him. So they hop in his bag and they follow him outside of Waterdeep. They follow him all the way into Ardeep Forest, to his cabin in Ardeep Forest. And one by one, all of the little critters meet up and are brought by, are enticed or brought to Balabar's cabin in Ardeep Forest, because Balabar knows a lot of things. He's a very powerful wizard, of course. He knows a lot of things. He knows that these creatures in particular are going to save the world. Not just humans, not just dwarves, they're little creatures. They're just little dubious little creatures, and they're going to save the world. And he knows exactly which ones to pick, and brings them all to his cabin. And little by little, he teaches them about the world and reads them stories every night, feeds them, protects them, teaches them how to cook. He teaches the rat how to cook, Ratatouille style. He teaches the badger how to protect the house. He teaches the mouse how to fish. All of these cute little things happen all the time, and all of the reasons why, why would my character know this? Oh, Balabar told you, what does my character know about this religion? Oh, Balabar told you about it one night when he was telling you a story. And then, like, that's kind of like my That's kind of like my waves fingers reason for everything. Balabar told you, and Balabar taught you how to do this. And then one day, a group of orcs attack Balabar's cabin. And what happens is the orcs are getting pushed around because the giants are attacking everywhere, and everybody's kind of getting like upset, and all the animals are getting upset, and you know, everything, like the balance of nature is getting thrown off because giants are just doing whatever they want. They're attacking towns, they're, you know, throwing boulders into the woods, and the orcs are getting pushed around by the elves that live there too, you know, and eventually a big group of orcs comes and attacks Balabar's cabin to like try to loot his stuff and take his stuff, because they're getting low on supplies themselves. They know that he lives there, that he's like some powerful wizard. So they're just going to go and they're just going to take over his house, and they're going to take what he has. And so yeah, a big group of orcs comes and attacks Balabar's cabin. He fights them off, and the last moment he transforms all of the little critters into humanoid creatures. Just magically. Just because I said so. Because I need a reason for these creatures to exist. So he magically transforms them into humanoid creatures, and tells them, go to Nightstone. It's a town that is south of my cabin. Go to Nightstone. Go find Lady Nandar. She will help you. She'll take care of you. Go, and I'll fend off these orcs. And like, that's the last they see of Balabar. I'm deciding that Balabar is still alive, but they're not gonna see him for a while. You know, he should be like maybe towards the end of the story, maybe when they're at the Eye of the Allfather, something like that. But yeah, they should think that he's dead, and they should not see him for a while, so that it's like kind of like, oh, Balabar, yo, what's going on? But he says, all right, go south to Nightstone, go find Lady Nandar, she'll help you. And on the way, I have them run into this group of adventurers that was escorting a wagon of Lion Shield Coster goods and stuff to Nightstone. And they were trying to escort, like, at first it was going to the elves, and then the elves were going to pick up the wagon and help escort it the rest of the way to Nightstone. But then on the way, giants threw some boulders at the wagon just to kill him, just to stop whatever was happening, whatever they were trying to deliver, just to kill him, just to be nasty, you know. So they're coming from Balabar's cabin up north, and then they find these 6 adventurers, and there's like 2 goblins looting the 6 adventurers. So they have to you have to find a way to get the goblins to deal with the goblins without any gear yet, because they're just little creatures that have turned into humanoids now, so they don't have any of their gear. And what happened is the badger, the first roll of this whole entire campaign, the badger jumps out of they were hiding in the bushes over here, jumps out of the bushes and just scares like 2 goblins, rolls a nat 20. The very first roll in the game rolls a nat 20 for intimidation check. I'm like, okay, the goblins run away. You know, that you did it. You dealt with the goblins. That's good enough for me. You rolled a nat 20, they both run away. They don't know what kind of creatures you are or why you're standing on 2 feet. Like, so they just run away, and secretly, you know, they head towards Nightstone. So now the party has a chance to loot all of these bodies, and all of these bodies have all of the starting equipment that they need to become, you know, the adventurers that they are. So Falafel, the owl, loots a cleric, an acolyte of Eldath, wore a strange symbol on their shoulder pauldrons of a deer and an elk. So Falafel loots a cleric that is a member of the Emerald Enclave. And that's where they pick up their deity Eldath. They just are taking up this dead person's stuff, and that's it. Orban, the other owl, loots a warlock, Hexblade, holding an exquisite scimitar. So this scimitar is a Hexblade patron gift, an extension of the grandfather tree. Grandfather tree is going to come up in chapter 3 in the Savage Frontier. Grandfather tree is going to come up later here, and I'm going to make this grandfather tree his patron, because I don't know, I think it's cool. It you know, Wiggles fingers magic. It does none of this stuff like really has to be, you know, super. His patron is a tree. And the tree, the reason why this tree created this sword is because it's being poisoned by the giant relic that was placed here by the giants, right? I'm not gonna say like left here long ago, whatever. I'm just gonna say that the giants came here and placed this relic here to like claim it as their own, you know? And I'm gonna say that the grandfather tree created this scimitar and gave it, you know, to this warlock that they find on the road, and he was supposed to come save the grandfather tree, but he died in the attack of the giants. So instead, during chapter 3, I'm going to have this quest where Orban goes and cleanses the grandfather tree. But he picks up that sword from that guy, and that's his warlock intro. He said he's only going to take 3 levels of warlock anyway, and then he's going to go rogue. So I don't know what. He's going like warlock hexblade rogue, swashbuckler, which sounds interesting. So I just thought like he's an owl, and I think that his patron should be a tree. So I gave him this cool scimitar with a wood handle, and there's like twisted branches around it. We're gonna do a dream scenario where he wakes up and the sword is like tied to his hand, basically, and like all the branches are gonna like grow around his hand, and he's not gonna be able to drop it for a while. And then eventually I'm gonna have the sword like mold into his arm, and it's gonna become a part of him, kind of like Adventure Time Finn, the grass sword, where he's got the little thorn sticking out of his palm. That's basically what is going to become of this scimitar, and it's going to be an extension of the grandfather tree, and it's going to grow with him. Even though he's only taken 3 levels of warlock, it's still going to grow with him, and he's going to get like abilities and stuff and whatever as the story goes along. Because why not? Because it's cool. The mouse, Tamir, loots an elven fighter that is wearing armor with giant runes carved into them, but he can't read the giant, apparently. So it's going to be very mysterious to him. He can't really read the runes. He doesn't know how to use them. And over time, he's going to learn how to like put runes into his gear. He's going to take Rune Fighter at level 3. So I think I'm going to have Zephyros give him his like first runes and like how to use them and how to read. And but the first one that he finds is that it's like all the runes are disabled and broken and scratched and stuff from the fight, and they can't be used. But Falafel knows how to read giant for some reason. So he tells him that it's Ild, it's a fire rune, but that's all he really knows. So be a little bit of a mysterious kind of ongoing thing with Tamir, how he learns how to deal with the giants. And yeah, Felix the Badger loots a barbarian warrior. This one is not an elf. They are like a nomadic looking human, and actually, they are a member of the tree ghost tribe. So this is the nomadic, the barbarians that are in this book. I decided to have who he's looting be part of the tree ghost tribe, which is also local to the high forest, which ties into Orban's like grandfather tree quest. There will also be some nomads that Felix runs into, and he learns about himself, and how he's a barbarian and some of his abilities. He's gonna choose Pass of the Beast, which I think is fitting, but I still got to figure out like how to make these barbarians kind of fit in with the story. People of the North, let me see. Tree Ghost Tribe. Yeah, so he's looting somebody from this. So it's not gonna be an oath bell, but I don't know. I'm gonna figure out something. He also doesn't like to use weapons. He went tavern brawler, and he doesn't use the axe, and so I'm gonna figure out maybe some cool things for him. But this is his whole thing. But yeah, various other Uthgar tribes who found their way to the grandfather tree and gained some measurement of enlightenment, such that they have forsaken their tribal allegiances and pledged to help the ghost protect the tree. So when they get there, they're gonna meet some of these people, some of these Uthgard, and they're gonna be like, "Yo, where'd you get that stuff? Like, you're a tree ghost tribe. Like, why aren't you with us? Like." And he's gonna be like, "Oh, well, I looted this from somebody and I've just been getting power from it." And they're like, "Oh, well, you need to help us now, because if you want to be one of us, you're gonna have to help us cleanse the tree," which is, I think, a fair trade-off. So Marbles, he's a little raccoon wizard. He is going to loot an elf wizard here at the road. Fancy blue robes with golden stars, of course, classic. Wore a big floppy blue hat and a waterlogged spellbook in their dead hand. This wizard was a scribe wizard. I need to develop this one a little bit more too, but this wizard was a scribe wizard, and my whole thing is that she put in her last moments, put all of her power and consciousness into her quill, which is like one of the level 3 benefits of a scribe wizard. You get this like fancy quill, and basically she's gonna be like a Clippy, the paperclip old Microsoft helper. It's basically like when Marbles takes up level 3 subclass, the quill is going to come out of the book and start talking to him and teaching him magic, and basically telling him like, "I am a sentient quill and I was the dead person that you looted." So I'm gonna have to like maybe I got her name, but like I'm gonna have to figure out like maybe a little more backstory with the wizard. Try to figure out some side quests for him, some character arc for him, and maybe that leads him to her old college, or something that she was working on in her life and didn't get to finish, and now he gets to finish it, or something like that. I'm gonna have to think about that, but that's his whole thing. That he picks up he loses this elf wizard, and she's in the quill. That's it. And then finally, Baba Ganoush loots an elf inventor who's carrying lots of equipment and copper frying pan, cooks utensils, and tinkerer's tools. This one is a little less important because he's got like way more backstory than everybody else. So this person that he looted was literally just an inventor and an artificer and the party cook, and that's where he gets all of his cook's tools. Most of his backstory comes from Balabar, the gnome, and Chef Boyardee, the the restaurant that he was like hanging out on when he escaped the pet shop. So like he learned how to cook from Belabar and Chef Boyardee, and that's how he got all his stuff. And he gained his like super intelligence from Belabar, and now he's just getting all the tools that he really needs from this one person. He'll learn more about like recipes that he can do, and eventually he's trying to choose between if he's going to be an armorer or an artillerist. So again, you know, lots of room there for more stuff that we can put into it, more reasons, for him to be in the story, and maybe a side quest that we can think of later. But that's where he gets his loot from. So they loot this stuff, and they loot the wagon a little bit, and they're on their way. They continue south to Nightstone. And here they're trying to figure out like what happened. This is where they learn that like Nightstone has been attacked by something or someone, a bunch of giants, and this is where they learn that Lady Nendar is actually dead. I think it's maybe better to look at the map. So they definitely did not, I mean, of course, like every D&D, they definitely did not go the way that I thought that they would go. I thought that they would go up here more, like up to the left, but they just went right more. They also never checked out this ringing a bell. Like I told them, like, you know, you just like, you think that the party is going to do, like whatever you think the party's going to do, they're not going to do that. So, you kind of just have to like go with it, and whatever they want to do, that's what they do, you know. So you just kind of like move things around. So they came in, they saw the footprints, and that kind of hinted at there's some wolf or some kind of like dog-like creature in here. They saw the steps going out, but they, you know, continued on into here. These guys weren't here yet, but they continued on into here. They saw a bunch of produce here and decided to eat some of it and like loot it. I guess they again ignored this ringing bell. I even have it, like you can hear it. Like I even have the sound in Foundry. And instead they went all the way up here, and they saw the wargs eating this dog. Listen, I'm sorry. That's what I decided that they needed to do. That's what the book says. So they came up here and they saw the two wargs, and that was their first fight. And again, the barbarian got a natural 20 on intimidation, so I gave them advantage on initiative rolls, because I was like, these wargs aren't going to get scared that easily, but you can surprise them a little bit. And they fought off these wargs, dealt with them, and then again disaster struck. They did the thing. They did the one thing that you're not supposed to do right here, literally right here. They decided to split the party. So half of them went up here into the stables, and then the other half of them went up onto this roof of the inn. And when the party went into the stables, I've decided that since they are woodland creatures and they're like raccoons and mice and stuff, I've decided that they can just speak with animals whenever they want, because why not? So I have all the horses in here like, oh my goodness, I'm so startled. And they were like facing the wall, and they're like trying to talk to the horses and try to figure out why they're so startled. And they're like, I wish I could see you, but they're like stuck looking at the wall. And there's a big rock that fell through the ceiling, and they're all like really startled, and the horses are really spooked. So 3 of them walk in here, and then the goblin up on the roof starts attacking them. and the horses are freaking out when this is happening. The fighter just throws a javelin and kills the goblin. It falls onto this rock. This horse freaks out, and then I had all the horses just freak out and stampede out of the stables, and it knocked the wizard unconscious and gave like the fighter half of their health. And like they literally almost died. The wizard almost died because these horses just all stampeded out of the stables. I knew that like they weren't really gonna, they're not really gonna die because like they're in here. There's no more threats. Like whatever. But I just thought it was funny that they split the party and then immediately somebody went unconscious. The other half of the party goes over here and they go onto the roof. And I decided that since they've ran Nightstone before, I decided that Kella Darkhope is dead when they find her in this. So they climbed up the side of the wall and then jumped into this hole in the roof. And I'm like, oh great, you went like straight towards this NPC that like I had to change, which was crazy. I decided that Kella Darkhope is dead, but the snake wasn't. So the cleric walks up to the body, tries to like, investigate what happened, try to, figure out the cause of death. I'm like, she's got a crossbow bolt in her stomach, and she's wearing a special kind of armor with like this winged snake on her chest, trying to hint at the Zentrim thing. And as he's checking out the body, the flying snake jumps out, tries to kill him, but the warlock just like one-shot this snake and destroyed it and killed it. So they loot the body. They find a note saying "on our way," that hints at the 7 snakes that are coming. And instead of having them meet this Zentrim spy and deal with her that way, I put this guy, his name is Venur Aurel. I put this guy in here. He's just a character that I made up, and I wanted to have a little bit different than the story of Kella Darkhope being there. So Venur, which they immediately named Manure, of course. Venur is a Emerald Enclave Ranger. And the reason why he's in Nightstone is because he was sent by the Emerald Enclave to go find the person that Falafel looted. So he was sent to Nightstone because the Emerald Enclave knows that they sent out Eldora, this acolyte of Eldath, out on an escort mission for the Lion Shield Coster. And now they're not getting any word back. They're not hearing from her or anything like that. So the Emerald Enclave here, they're not getting any sending spells back. They're not getting anything, any kind of like messenger birds or anything like that back from Eldora, because she died when the escort wagon was crushed by a bunch of boulders by the Cloud Giants that attacked Nightstone. So they sent out this guy, Venur, to go find her and see what happened and like try to go save her, because like it's a faction mate. That's like one of your faction friends. Like you got to go find your faction friend. So he was actually here in this room. I had him here holding this door because he could hear what was going on in this room, and he could hear that there's like some commotion going on outside. And basically what happens is this guy is like super injured from the fight that he had with Kella, but he won and he killed her. And so they're like checking the body, and they decide, okay, we're hearing some commotion going on outside. We're gonna go regroup with the rest of the party and not let our wizard die. because they're like, holy shit, like we just split the party immediately and somebody almost died. So they decided to go back out the roof. They all met up over here, and then they go as a party now into the tavern. They find this dead goblin on the ground, and they're like, what the hell is that? And they realize that it was probably from her. They come around the corner, and they find this goblin looting a bunch of food. And, sorry, let me change this music real quick. They find this goblin looting all the food, and they immediately like stick him up, and they're like, what happened here? Like, what's going on? Why are you looting? Like, where did everybody go? Where did all these rocks come from? So they intimidate him or her, and they're like, we want answers. And the goblins were like, listen, like, we watched a castle appear in the sky, laid siege to this town, and like destroyed it with a bunch of boulders, and we just hid in the woods and watched it all unfold, and basically just waited for everything to be over. All the people ran away. We don't know where they went. All the people ran. He actually does know where they went, but all the people ran away. We just waited in the woods until everything was over, and then we just came here to loot. Like, we're just looting all the stuff that's like left behind. And they're like, all right, you're dead now. And they shoot him. They were like, yeah, we're gonna let you go if you tell us what happened. And they didn't. They just shot this goblin immediately. So yeah, they loot all the food because the rat's gonna need all the food for being a chef, so they're gonna need all the ingredients and stuff. Then they go up to the second floor, start looting all the rooms, and they open the door, and Verneur's sitting here with a crossbow, ready to ready to go. And he grabs the cleric owl and holds him hostage, basically, and is like, "Yo, I'll shoot this owl. You guys need to tell me like who you are and what you're doing here." And then he's like, "Oh, I'm like super outnumbered by this party of like nightmare animal humanoids." And he lets him go, and he like convinces them that he's not a threat, and he's like, all right, I'm from the Emerald Enclave. Why are you wearing you're wearing my friend's clothes. Like, why are you wearing Emerald Enclave gear? And he's like, oh, we found it. We looted it from these dead bodies. And he's like, all right, I'm from the Emerald Enclave. I was sent here to find the person that you looted. I'm super hurt from killing this person over here who is a Zentrum spy. Can you take me to Lady Nandar so I can talk to her and gain audience and like let her know what Emerald Enclave is here, and to see if Lady Nandar is okay, and just to go talk to her. She's like, all right, now you have to escort this injured guy through Nightstone. So they take him into the party, and I kind of like had him not really do much because I don't really want to take away from party stuff. So they take him up into the party, and he's injured the whole time. He's bleeding the whole time. I'm just like moaning and groaning and like making him like kind of like dead weight, and like eventually they have to stop in this town square here and like help him stop bleeding and deal with that. They come in here, they loot the Lion Shield Coster, because at this point with Venur, like they're like, all right, we need to go head east, or yeah, we need to go head this way to go see Lady Nandar. Take me to Lady Nandar. So like, all right, we're gonna stop here. We're gonna loot the Lion Shield Coster. They find another goblin inside. They just ice that dude. He falls through the window. They loot this place. They grab a ladder and like a bunch of other stuff. They continue on, and they fight the goblins with the pumpkins on their heads. One of the goblins runs and gets some backup from this watchtower over here, so they fight some more goblins. They come into this building. No, they skipped that building. They just went straight. They just kept going straight towards the bridge. They used the ladder that they looted from the Lion Shield Coster to get over this bridge. And artificer like does some fancy rigging and like nails it to the bridge, and then they take a little short rest in here. They find some dead guards, and they're like, what happened to these guards? Oh, there's a big boulder right here. That's probably how this one died. But this one died from a bunch of goblin arrows, and he just like kind of last standed and on the bridge, and then came in here and died. Then they come into here, and they're like kind of exploring the courtyard and seeing what happens, and they like enter the castle from here because the door was locked, and that's when the guards come out, and they're like, yo, don't come in here. But they're like, okay, it's fine, we have this Emerald Enclave guy, and he kind of like, you know, calms things down a little bit and convinces the guards that they're not here to like hurt anyone except for the goblins. Let us inside, we gotta speak to Lady Nandar. And they're like, well, Lady Nandar is dead. So that's when they find out that Lady Nandar is dead, and that's also when they find out that the whole town has ran out into the woods. And the guards ask them, like, can you help us, one, clear the rest of the town of the goblins, and two, can you help us go find all of the rest of the townsfolk and bring them back here once the town is safe, because they're obviously in danger, like just being out in the woods. Instead of putting them into the dripping caves, I decided, since, you know, I need to change things up and make them a little bit different, I decided that all of the townsfolk and a few of the guards have ran off to some elven ruins, because the elves are becoming a little bit more prevalent in this story with helping Balabar and being on the road, you know, the 6 adventures that they found. So I decided that the humans know about the elves, of course, because they have an agreement not to hunt into the Ardeep Forest. So they know that the elves are out there. Go hide in the ruins. And little do the humans know, the goblins have also taken up camp and have taken over those ruins, and they just like run basically straight into the goblins' hands and are held captive. So instead of the caves, I put them into some ruins. So they meet the guards. The guards tell them everything that happened with the cloud giant attack, everything that happened with Lady Nandar and how she died in this pile of rubble right here. All the stuff about the townsfolk, and they group up with a couple of the guards and they head back into town. They decide to go here to the windmill, and they kill these goblins because they're just trying to clear the town. They kill these goblins, and this is where we left off. I moved the Zelbrin, I think I said that right, Zelbrin family house to this house right here, because they skipped this building. I really wanted them to find this Tresem so that they would have a reason to go to Golden Fields. So I swapped to these houses. I moved the Tresem into this one here. I'm going to say that the elderly couple ran out into the woods with them, and they were dead. They're going to find them dead in the goblin camp. But they find the Tresem. Tresem is with this rat, which is kind of funny because like the mouse and the rat were like, yo, we're gonna kill this cat, like because you know the tables have turned here. You know, the cat used to kind of mess with us, cats used to mess with us, and now we're big, we're gonna kill. And like Baba was like, nah, like we're gonna take care of this cat. And the cat talks to them, of course, because they can talk to beasts, they can talk to animals, and tells them, you know, my master is gone and all the goblins attacked and I'm scared, and it feeds them some cheese, and now they're just friends. So Baba's got a little Tresem with him, and the guards inform the party that this residence, they were the record keepers. Yeah, they're the record keepers. The land ownership documents, tax records. Yeah. So they informed them about the Zelbrin family and that they were an elderly couple that are no longer there. And after they loot that place and check it out, they start continuing to head this way to clear the rest of the town. And that's when I'm like, all right, it's the end of the session. I'm going to decide. Also, I leveled them up in here, so they're level 2. And I'm going to decide that as you're coming up over here, the 7 snakes are going to arrive. And the drawbridge is down. And this is where I ended the session. Like a group of 7 Zentrum not spies, but 7 Zentrum snakes, mercenaries, whatever you want to call them, arrive in Nightstone. And that's where I ended the session. So now they're going to have to decide how to deal with these Zentrum people. Like, are they going to barter with them? Like, are they going to agree to let them take over the town? Are they going to fight them? My thought is they're probably going to just try to fight them. Because that's kind of just like how this group is. I have a feeling that they're probably going to try to fight these people. Because this guy, Zulkin, is going to be really pissed off that they killed Darkhope, Keller Darkhope, because he's in love with her, of course. He's going to be really pissed off that you killed a Zentrum spy. I want this town. We're taking it over, whether you like it or not, as like a Zentrum outpost, basically. So they're going to have to like listen to the guards, which are going to be like, no, wait, we need to go find our people and bring them back here. This is our town. You can't have it. So they're going to have to do some negotiation. I don't know what's going to happen here. They could negotiate with the Zentrum and say yes. And then the Zentrum just have like an outpost here, and they have a very strong presence. And now like this guy becomes the leader of Nightstone, or they say no and they fight, and maybe they kill the rest of them, or maybe the party gets TPK'd and they get captured by the Zentrum, and they have to like, you know, prove that they're not gonna like try to do that shit again. And but I feel like with the 3 guards and Venur, I feel like they could probably take them pretty easily. But it's up to them. Whatever they want to do with this is up to them. So they have 2 factions here now. They have the Emerald Enclave, which is like, no, you're not allowed to take this town. We, Emerald Enclave, don't want it, but you're not allowed to just like take over a town. Like, this belongs to the people. And this guy is going to be like, no, the Zentrum needs this as like an outpost, so give it to us. So whatever they're going to do, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to figure it out. We'll see what happens next time. But that's basically I know that was really long, but that's basically the whole recap of all the things that have happened so far. So a little bit of a change from the book, where I put in Venur, and the Zentrum is still going to show up, and they're still going to have to deal with them. So deal with them. I don't think I'm going to do this orc encounter until after they go find the townsfolk. I don't know. It depends on if they decide like we need to rest and we're not going to immediately go find the townsfolk. Then the next morning I might go have, you know, the orcs attack Nightstone. But this is going to be the same party of orcs that attacked Balabar's cabin. So some of these orcs are going to be like wearing a wizard hat, and like some of the orcs are going to be wearing Balabar's clothes, or they have gear from Balabar. And it's going to be very clear that these people are the same orcs that attacked Balabar's cabin. So you're going to have a little retribution moment where they can fight these orcs and kill them. If they get overwhelmed, I'm of course going to have some elves show up to back them up. I'm probably going to have them show up anyway, just to continue like the elves are supporting you kind of thing. But that's all of Nightstone. So here's the elven ruins that I came up with. So this Elven Ruins is again another map from Morval Press because they do great maps, and I'm pretty much going to be using them a lot in this campaign. And I basically took all of the encounters in the Dripping Caves and I put them onto this map. And basically now the party's going to show up here. They're going to find some dead elves, and they're just going to have to fight their way through these Elven Ruins. There's some magic mushrooms here that these goblins are tripping on. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to eat. They're probably going to eat some of the magic. Let's be real. They're going to eat some of the magic mushrooms and probably be tripping with the goblins, or kill them and take their mushrooms. There's a few things on this map that kind of give you a little bit to work with, and one of it is this unicorn, and this is in my to-do list, so I'm just kind of showing you a little bit about it. But they're gonna have like an offering area right here. There's another big crow offering area right here, and in the Dripping Caves, one of the things that you can do to negotiate with the goblins for the release of all the humans of Nightstone is go deal with the black pudding that's in the cave. If you go deal with that black pudding, we'll let you take the humans. Instead, there's a banshee that lives here. I'm going to say that there's a banshee that lives here, and it's probably going to be, I'm going to have to find some like goddess or something like that, or I don't know what the story is going to be with the banshee, but there's a banshee that lives here, and maybe it's killed a couple goblins already. We'll say that it's killed a bunch of goblins already. Say it's killed a couple goblins already. Kind of hint that there's something there, and they'll be like, all right, if you talk to the goblin boss first, go deal with this banshee that's over here. So they'll know that the banshee is over there. But if they just go straight to the banshee, it'll at least hint that something killed these goblins here. So they don't just do like the banshee screech, everybody gets TPK'd thing. So they'll deal with the banshee instead of a black pudding. All of the townsfolk are kind of hiding in these, are being held prisoner in these ruins. We'll say that this ogre is the one that's like kind of keeping them where they are. And then this is where Snigbat, this is where I put Snigbat. This is all the goblin loot, and she's protecting the goblin loot. She feels like a little bit like this is kind of like not her job, and that they put her here, and she's kind of upset about it. Hey, if you go overthrow this guy, I'll let you have all of the townsfolk. So that's where Snigbat is. That's where all the loot is. And there's gonna be a goblin like kind of hanging over the well here that they can kick into the well, maybe, or something like that. Bunch of giant rats to fight. This ogre is just eating an elf. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Just some Elven Ruins, just some goblin fights. Go clear the goblins, go save the people, and you're good to go. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I have a long list now of to-do items for today's prep. I realize I've been talking for literally an hour. Almost an hour, something like that. But here's my to-do list. But before we start, I'm just going to take a little quick break. I just got to handle something real quick, and I'll be right back, and we'll get started on this to-do list. So I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay. All right. So we have a list of things to do. We did this. Go back to Nightstone. We're going to have to add Nightstone food items to falafel. Okay. So this is all the stuff that the rat Papa had looted right here. So let's find falafel because I'm making them track weight a little bit more. This picture. Oh my god. Oh my god. I honestly cannot. I'm not a fan of AI, but this is just so ridiculous, so funny. Let's see if we can find some kind of container. Put all this stuff. Items. Let's see. Bag. About a pouch. A pouch. There we go. Pouch. There we go. Pouch. Pouch is 1 pound. Okay. Oh, look, we got some stuff in the backpack. Okay. So in the pouch, there we go. We are going to put in the pouch. What is all I am going to open this up on another screen. D&D Beyond. That's Nightstone. Go to entry. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to put literally all of this loot. Yeah. Can we just like make little custom items? How can we make little custom items? There we go. Loot? 12 muffins? Dozen muffins? Okay. Dozen muffins is going to be... Can we edit this? How much do you think a dozen muffins weighs? A pound? Let's just say a pound. Can we just move this into the pouch? Yes, we can. Sweet. Okay. A block of cheese. Loot. Okay. What else we got? A cooked chicken. Loot. Block of cheese. I know this is very granular, but you know, whatever. I'll say that the chicken is 2 pounds. What else? What else we got? A frying pan. Surely a pan. Nope, there's no pans. Frying pan, more loot. This is going to be... I don't know how much frying. 3 pounds? 2 pounds? It really does not. Just want to give them an account here of stuff. Can I rename this pouch? Probably. Yeah. Sack of goods from Maidstone. Okay. An iron pot. Iron pot. Sweet. Iron pot. Bullseye lantern. Lantern, bullseye. Boom. Flasks of oil. There's 2 of these. And a set of cook's utensils. Cook's utensils, there we go. A bunch of other stuff. Clothes. Loot. Say this is 0.5. I say 0.5? 0.5. There we go. That is worth. Okay, it actually has a worth. 1 silver piece. Boom. Jar of saffron. Loot. Say 0.5. This is worth 1 gold. Boom. A dented silver jug. Okay. This is loot. That is worth 20 gold pieces. I will say it is 1 pound. Cracked hourglass. I think there's an hourglass, right? Hourglass. Okay. Okay, there we go. Cracked hourglass. Boom. Worth 25 gold pieces if repaired. Okay. That's a sack of goods. Boom. Does it say how much they're carrying? Oh, anyway. It should probably be counting all of that, yeah. Let's see, they're not encumbered now. Yeah, they're good. I got plenty of room. Okay. Add loot from Lion Show Coster. They haven't picked what they want yet. They'll let me know, I guess, and I'll add it to their sheets. Basically, they can loot this Lion Show Coster and get anything under 10 gold pieces in value. And we were kind of just like, just look at this list and tell me later what you want. They can tell me later. I'm not really too worried about that. Level 3 subclass intros. Ooh, okay. So with that, I have this campaign outline that I've been kind of updating as I go along, just to keep my head on straight. This is what they're doing basically. They arrive in Nightstone, and here's all the things that they get at level 2. Some of the abilities that they're getting: replicate magic item, channel divinity. Channel divinity, I feel like should have a little bit of an intro thing. So, wait, I think I actually already did that. Wait, I did. Kinda already did that. So inside of the temple, I did this little description of the windows, the stained glass windows, and basically it talks about some of the other deities that people worship here. This one is for Lathander. And then finally it goes out to Eldath. And it kind of describes... I should probably put the names of the other ones that are in here. So that I remember. Oh, do I know who this one would be? Okay, here we go. Here's the temple. Supreme Ranger, a tall woman with red hair and a longbow in hand. That is Maliki? Myliki? I don't know how to say that. Maliki? Okay. Handsome man with a billowing cape that holds a baby up to the rising sun. That is Lathander. Shows an image of an old man resting in the shade of a beautiful willow tree. His beard grows gracefully. Okay, that is... I believe... Who is that? This is going to be Sylvanas. He has an old and a young avatar form. He's in to manifest in. His old form was in as the old father, took the form of an old bearded human male, floating midair among trees, sprouting from the trunk of a especially large old tree, which will hint, of course, to the grandfather tree. So this one is Sylvanas. Okay. And then finally, Eldath. Beautiful woman almost beckons you before her, looks down upon you with deep green stained glass eyes, extending her hands, and a bluish green hair flowing behind her. From her hand flows clear blue water, which turns into the image of a peaceful waterfall plunging into a still pool. And basically, we need to figure out, how can we make this interesting? Try to convince him to like go and pray there, basically. Falafel kneels before stained glass window, feeling the clear divine energy. Just by focusing before this image. I honestly don't know. This is really tough, but really, it should be like at a waterfall. He should be doing this, but sun shines and shimmers, ripples onto the waterfall. Basking in this light feels him with a new found energy. I think that's really as simple as it can be, because then you can also describe the windows and stuff, and that'll be good. But basically, what I'm trying to think of is things that these people that the party will get. So Orban is going to have a dream sequence. So Orban, you fall asleep quickly, straight and running through those woods at night. The stress of your transformation, the weight of battle, all weigh on your shoulders, make your eyes heavier than they have ever felt. Almost the instant you lay your head down, you are asleep in a deep, deep sleep. You dream of days in the warm sun. You dream of days resting in the hollow of that perfect tree you found near Balabar's cabin. And then you dream of a great forest. The trees span for miles, feels like almost hundreds of times bigger than your home in our deep forest. At the center of this great forest, however, you find yourself. You're lying on your back, humanoid form this time, hands locked behind your head as you rest in the shade of a great oak tree. This tree must be 50 feet in diameter. Its crown must soar to the height of over 350 feet. You squint your eyes and rays of sun peek through the cracks between branches and leaves. You feel at peace here. That is until you hear a thud, 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 thud. You sit up in an instant and look ahead. Far away in the tall grass, you see a horse? A man? Both? You see a centaur. They walk slowly from left to right. Then they turn their head quickly, and a feeling drops like a rock in your stomach. It rears up and begins to charge forward. You stand quickly and realize you're holding that scimitar you found on the road. You look down upon your head as you watch as the tiny branches begin to extend from out of the handle and wrap around your hand. You look when you notice the thump of the centaur. You look up. When you notice the thump of that centaur's hooves grow louder, they are right in front of you. You wake up, still clutching the sword. Little branches and thin vines have wrapped around your hand. And that's when I will say that the can't drop the sword. And then at level 3, he'll be able to let go of the sword. But just on level 2, he's going to have to hold it. So next morning, they begin waking up by the beating of a war drum, an echo of a war horn. Orcs attack Nightstone, and they level up to level 3. So this is either going to be when they defeat the 7 snakes, or either after they defeat the 7 snakes or after the orcs arrive. I don't think the orcs are going to really arrive until later, so just after they defeat the 7 snakes. And not everybody has to have something for level 2, I think, but people definitely have to have something for level 3. I have to really think about this. Let's see. I think this might be something that I would have to do not on stream and really write it out. Yeah, but we'll do some other stuff here, just so I can focus on what I'm actually writing. But anyway, update the main quest log. So let's see here. Made it to Nightstone. Drawbridge was already down. Constant reading from the temple. Many footprints and imprints lead in and out of the town. Heading back towards our deep forest. Party finds no one in the tour. Okay. Okay. Nightstone, seek shelter and aid from Lady and our Nightstone. Let's update this a little bit. Nightstone has been attacked and laid ruin. Large boulders dot the landscape. And goblins are looting what remains. Party finds manure. What's his name? Aro? Inside Aro, a Emerald Enclave Ranger inside the Nightstone Inn. He traveled to Nightstone to find his faction mate, Eldora, I think is her name. Yes. Was last heard to be escorting a Lion's Shield cluster wagon to Nightstone. Fanur killed a Zentarim spy who held a small note stating on our way. Party escorts the injured maneuver to Nightstone. Meet with Lady Nandar. Party the cost her. At the Nightstone Keep. Is dead, and that all we have fled to our deep forest. Because I don't think they would know that they're in the ruins. Okay, so now new quest. Clear the remaining goblins in Nightstone. And another quest is save the townsfolk. Go find the townsfolk who fled and return them to Nightstone. Okay. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I think that's it for right now. Yeah. Okay. Side quests? What are our current side quests? That is a good question. we have anything to update here? Looted special equipment from some elves and adventurers. From some dead elves adventurers on the road to Nightstone. What else about the woodland creatures? I don't know if they've learned anything else about them being woodland creatures at this point. I don't think they have. But let's think about some other quests here. Emerald Enclave. You've met one member of the Emerald Enclave, Renor Aral, who you escorted to Nightstone Keep. Little is known about Renor, but he was sent here to Nightstone to find his friend, who you looted. And that will, more stuff will come from this when they go on the grandfather tree quest. Okay, I'll have Zentrum. How do you spell Zentrum? Yeah, that's it. Zentrum. You found one spy dead in a guest room of the Nightstone Inn. Holding a note that read, "On our way." Seven. Have arrived on horseback to Nightstone. It is unclear what they want here. What? I'll update after that, after they deal with them. There we go. Can we add any pictures? Can we add some pictures? Whoops. Can we add a little picture? Enclave. Okay. It's kind of huge, but can we make it smaller? It's fine. And there's interim. Also, happy Easter, everybody. Hope you're having a chill Easter, having a meeting, meet up with your family, have some brunch. If you celebrate Easter, I kind of forgot that it was Easter when I put my hey, I'm gonna do a D&D stream on April 5th. But it's all good, still gotta prep when you gotta prep. There we go. I think we're done with that. Boom. Update NPC info. Okay. Let's see who we're missing from here. Looks like just Vanilla. Okay, sweet. There we go. Fix the formatting later. Boom. Wood Elf Ranger is old. Where did you meet them? Nightstone Inn. Faction. It's the Emerald Enclave. Quests. Escort. And notes. Boom. Okay. Oh. It's kind of cool. It's kind of sweet. It's like automatically adding a reference to the actor sheet. Kind of sweet. Okay. Now we add a picture. Looks like we do that after. Add a picture of him. Boom. Done. And they were just like dogging on this guy the whole time. They were just making fun of him the whole time they met him. Just kept calling him manure, and like he was bleeding, and like they were just like, dude, come on, like you're just like killing us. Just dogging on him the whole time, like not even. And then later I posted the NPC thing. He's like, he's kind of a badass. We should maybe show him more respect. The other guy says, yeah, he looks way cooler than I thought. Like, I mean, you guys can do whatever you want to NPCs. Like, don't. But show my man some respect. He's just there he's just chilling. He's not trying to hurt anybody. He's just trying to find his friend. But whatever. Okay, that's done. Okay. Done so. Okay, Morak is going to be a quest giver. So I think that he should probably have a token. Even though they stole his chainmail and his helmet and all of his stuff. Oh snap! Do I need to add loot? I think I need to add loot from that. Yeah, I think I do actually. Who looted him? I think Tamir looted him. Yeah, he did. Okay. So from, let's see, from Morak's bedroom. Items? A helm? Okay. Helm. Edit. Dwarven helm. I think he's wearing it too. Chainmail. I think they just picked it up. Oh, there is a weight thing here. Okay. Chainmail. Chainmail. We're gonna call this Dwarven chainmail. Oh damn, that's kind of heavy. 55 pounds? That's kind of crazy. Whatever. Let's do another pouch. Dwarven pouch from Nightstone Inn. Can we put gold into this thing? No. Oh, yes, we can. 45. There we go. It's pretty cool. Gemstones. Put a gemstone in there. Gemstone? Oh. What is it? Doesn't really say. Kind of just put whatever in there. It says 2 gemstones. Does it matter? Okay, it's not a diamond because that kind of matters. They have to be worth 5. They have to be worth 100 gold pieces each. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it does matter. Amber. Put some amber in there. Boom. And a potion of heroism. Potion of heroism. There we go. Boom. Okay. Yeah, he's almost full up. So he might decide to just drop this. I don't know. But it is worth 75 gold, so he might decide to keep it. But basically, the way I see it is like this campaign is like I think of it as like kind of like a Skyrim-esque kind of story. Like it's very like RPG, like you're going to be exploring. You can literally explore the entirety of the north, which we like really have to prep up like a lot, but you know, we can kind of take it in pieces and they can tell me where they want to go and then we can prep where they want to go. We don't have to. Oh, hey, what's going on? What are your thoughts on the permanency spell? That's a good question. What is that? What is the permanency spell? Caster can simply cast a chosen spell and then cast the permanency spell immediately after. Can you tell me a little bit about it? I don't know if I've ever heard of that. I have heard of, like, you cast the same spell every day for a year and it becomes a permanent thing. I kind of like that. But oh, this is 3rd edition. Okay. First and 2nd edition spell. Modern interpretations don't do it justice. I'll try to explain. Yeah, it looks like I said, I've never heard of it. I've actually only really DM'd 5e, which I definitely am trying to branch out and learn some other things. I've played a couple other systems, but I've never really played any other editions of D&D. But it definitely sounds interesting. Make the spells permanent. Cast him on herself, such as comprehend language, dark vision, detect magic, read magic, see invisibility, and tongues. These permanent spells could be dispelled, but only by a more powerful spellcaster compared to the caster at the time of casting permanency. It's definitely, I think that's pretty cool. My question is, what level is this spell? I think that is very important. Casting permanency was personally taxing, permanently sapping the caster's energy and experiences. Just a guy with his phone, I guess. It's a cool name. I hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome in. Permanency is a wish spell, except it's a permanent wish that only the caster can manipulate and mess with unless a stronger caster dispels it. There are no restrictions on what the wish can be. I mean, that sounds very cool. I think that sounds awesome. I can see a lot of uses for permanently casting comprehend languages, dark vision, detect magic, enlarge person, magic fang, like all this other stuff I'm reading. I could also see a lot of uses where, like, someone could create like a magnificent mansion and then cast permanency on it. Could you do like something like that? Like, that sounds pretty sweet. Maybe like a stone shape and make like a castle and then cast permanency on it. And then you have a permanent castle that you just kind of conjured up. Now my question is, could you like cast, like, conjure like an elemental, or something? Could you like conjure something and then cast permanency on it, and then now it's a permanent thing? It's a permanent monster, or... I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Sounds cool. I've never heard of it, so I it's sad to see that it is just not in 5e. But I have heard of, like, in 5e, like, if you cast the same spell and you keep it up for an entire year, like if you just keep casting the same spell over and over and over again, it eventually becomes permanent. Like, I like that idea. Am I going to run a campaign and expect somebody to if they want to keep it permanent, like, they're going to have to tell me I recast this spell, so... But a whole year? It's kind of hard to track. But yeah, I'm just prepping Storm King's Thunder right now, and going over a couple things. I just did a whole big recap, but basically a bunch of woodland creatures became humanoid magically, because magic, and they're going to take on the giants. And yeah, permanency originally could be acquired at level 19, but was banned in modern editions because you could cast it indefinitely and was often result in chaos. That is sweet. So, like, I guess that is, yeah, because I mean, you could just, like, alright, I cast invisibility, and then I cast permanency on my invisibility, and now I'm just permanently invisible. Can you? Okay, here's my question. Can you dispel your own permanency spell? Like, if I cast invisibility on myself, and then I cast permanency on that invisibility, and now I'm permanently invisible, can I dispel my own spell so that I'm not invisible anymore? I mean, once you're getting up to like level 19 stuff, it's already going to be crazy anyway. Yes and no. Interesting. What's the no? How come it's no? Like, would I have to like make my own save against my own spell? I need to make this token, by the way. So let's make Morak. NPCs. Let's make a new token. Non-player. Morak. Burgeray. Create actor. Okay. Yeah, so what is the... How would that not work? See if anybody's got some art for Morak already. Classic dwarf. You can only manipulate it, but not dispel it. Only a stronger caster can, but usually no one can dispel it unless they are from the abyss. Oh, dang. So, like, technically you could, like, cast something on yourself and, like, kind of curse yourself? Like, that kind of seems, like, a little dangerous, right? Like... So what are some of the what is some of the chaos that you've seen with permanency? Have you done this yourself? I feel like maybe you've casted some permanent spells on yourself. Are you permanently invisible? Yeah. Do a little token art. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of chilling out today, doing some prep for next week. Got another session coming up next week. Permanency is a form of abyss magic that calls power from abyssal patron. Yeah, you know, I think the abyss is awesome, and there's so much you could learn about it. I just ran I just ran Ghost of Saltmarsh, and at the very end, there's like an aboleth that is like funneling dark magic into a juvenile kraken. Like the aboleth kind of like takes over this guy and it like creates all these like killings called the Lantern Ghost killings, and real old school D&D magic. Nice. And the aboleth, so I had to like read up on aboleths and stuff and the abyss, and I didn't really go too deep into it, and but it's definitely cool. What do you know much about the abyss and creatures from the abyss and stuff? Are you a DM or are you usually a player? Here's Morak. Here we go. Got Morak. He's good to go. I don't know if he has any stats. I don't think he does. I guess he's just I guess I could have just done commoner. Hold on, let's see if he has any stats. The only other spell that I can recall that was banned unlawfully was Nail to Sky. Originally called Nail to Finality. What? Nail to Sky? Also, who's banning this stuff? What do we... Nail to Sky. What? Nail to the Sky actually places the target so far from the surface of the world and at such a speed that it keeps missing the surface as it falls back, so it enters an eternal orbit. Unless the target can magically fly or has some other form of non-physical propulsion available, the target is stuck until someone rescues it. Even if the target can fly, the surface is 2 to 4 hours away. What? Yo, what are you guys doing in D&D? What edition? Oh, this is 3.5 again. Do you play a lot of 3? D&D 3? Third edition? You literally get nailed or shot up into the air outside of the realms and were made immortal. Yo, what are you guys cooking up over there? That sounds crazy. What level spell is this? Like what level? Spellcraft DC 62? What is going on? What level do you have to be to cast Nail to the Sky? Sounds insane. Gonna see if Morak has. He's a commoner. Okay. I play most editions, but often allow most stuff that was banned or left out of modern editions. Yeah, that sounds like something that I would maybe allow in a high level game. I mean, it sounds absolutely insane. So, oh my gosh. Have you ever used that spell in a game, or? Morak. Let's change this a little bit. Oops. Use this. Boom. There we go. Okay, now we're going to move him into NPCs. Okay. And have you ever played Storm King's Thunder? You ever play through that game as well? Change out this one here. There's Morak. Boom. He's only got 4 health. Kind of rough. Covered by owner. Yeah, I'm gonna have to read up on D&D 3.5 and learn about this. Learn about some of these spells. But yeah, originally this map was supposed to be in the Dripping Caves, but then I found out that a couple of the players have played through a little bit of this book already, so I'm trying to change it up and make it. This was the original encounter. It's supposed to be in the Dripping Caves, and basically all the humans from the town were sent here, or they tried to like run away from a giant attack, and they found this cave, and then they got captured by a bunch of goblins. But since they have maybe played through this cave system already, I'm going to take them to this Elven Ruins. And this map is by Morvold Press. Great maps for Morvold. So just kind of going through stuff. make it a little bit different, trying to give them a different experience. Once they get past Nightstone, they said that they haven't played it yet, so we'll be good past that. So we got Morak. Boom. We need a bunch of tokens for Golden Fields. Okay. Some special NPCs. Appendix D. There we go. I wonder if they have these in this. Probably not. Probably not. Nope, they do not. Okay. Let's think about this. Dang, this is a lot of characters. Okay, let's just do the ones that we need. King's Thunder. I've decided that they're going to go to Golden Field. Okay. All right. Make some actor tokens. Here we go. Hopefully we can reuse some stuff here. Okay, Shalvos is a spy. So let's see if the spy matches up. Spy? Does the spy match up? Armor class 13 is a little different. Initiative +2. Okay, it's pretty similar, but not exactly, but that's fine. Hey, play any D&D games lately, or DMing, or are you a player? Shalvis Martholio. That's the token we need to make right now. Shalvis Martholio. Martholio. Okay. Does not have a short sword. Shalvis Martholio is a Zentrum spy. Let's give him a quarterstaff. Boom. There we go. Okay. I don't know if we should. Oh, I guess it does have roleplay information. Biography? There we go. Okay. Oops. There we go. Nalasker Thaland of Bargewhite Inn has entrusted the shepherd Shalvis with an important assignment to figure out the best way by which Golden Fields can be brought under the Black Network's control. Shalvis believes that success will ensure his swift rise through the Zentrum ranks. Put in some of his ideals and stuff. See, just because he's a Zentrim doesn't mean he's a bad guy. So yeah, they give the players some NPCs that they can play during this attack. So I'm just making a couple extra tokens for them. They get to Golden Field. There we go. Move it down. There we go. Boom. I think that's done. Okay. Next, we would make like a little subfolder. Yes. Golden Fields. Yes. Put this here. Boom. Okay. Next is going to be Liferlass, Awakened a Tree. So basically after they save the townsfolk from the goblins taking over this elven ruins, they're going to bring them back to Nightstone. Excuse me. And once they deal with the seven snakes and the orcs and they bring all the townsfolk back, Morak is going to approach them and be like, yo, I need you to go to Golden Fields and get us some food because the goblins like destroyed all of our farms and ate all of our food, and they looted the tavern, which technically the players looted the tavern. Like they looted the tavern, stole all the food. Like, we need you to go to Golden Fields and tell them that we need a new shipment of food. And also, I need you to go to Golden Fields and talk to the Zelbrin's son and let him know to come back to Nightstone because your parents died and we need somebody to continue record keeping and stuff. Had to step away for a while. No, it's all good. It's all good. Whatever you need to do. I'm just prepping here, just chilling out on Sunday. I forget what have you played any recent games, or are you a DM, or are you a player, or you mostly play 3.5? But yeah, I'm just going through Storm King's Thunder. You ever play Storm King's Thunder? Right now, I'm just kind of going over the story and making some NPC tokens. After they clear Nightstone, Morak is going to say, hey, go to Golden Fields, get us some food. Also talk to the Zelbrins and tell them to bring their son back. Then Golden Fields will lead to a bunch of other quests. But while they're at Golden Fields is going to get attacked by a bunch of hill giants using goblin chuckers. And they're going to have to fend off a bunch of hill giants and stuff like that. This hill giant attack will also lead them towards Grudhug and the giant there, and that's going to be their first giant lord that they fight. DM and a player sometimes. I don't think I've heard of Storm King's Thunder. Did I get the name right? Yep, that's it. Yeah. Basically, it's after the Tyranny of Dragons. So the giants, all the giant lords, basically were like, how did you let a bunch of dragons like rise up? So the giant lord smashes the ordning, which is like the giants hierarchy, and he's like, how could you let this happen? I'm going to smash this giant hierarchy. You guys are going to have to fight between each other to figure out who's the best again, because originally it's the storm king, or the storm giants. So now all the giant lords are like wreaking havoc on the Sword Coast to become the best. And the story is to kind of fend off the giants and figure out what's going on with the ordning. And then the whole time there's this blue dragon that is kind of whispering in the ear of the Storm King's daughter, and like trying to like get her to like, kind of mess up, and you know, because they're enemies. And also the Storm King is captured. They go, you know, find the Storm King and find out that his wife is dead, and that was actually the blue dragon and stuff like that. So it's a cool story. It's pretty old, but it's cool. But yeah, we're just making some tokens. Next, we need to make an awakened tree. Awakened tree. Boom. This awakened tree is going to be called Everlast. Everlast. An awakened tree. Let's see. Make sure he gets all the things. 3d6 plus 4. Make sure he's got the same health. Armor is 13. Scores are all the same. Needs multi-attack. How do I give him multi-attack? Can we do this? I wonder if we can use somebody else's multi-attack. Maybe we can just create it. We'll just create it. It's fine. Multi-attack. Have you heard of the Bagman? No. I feel like you got some crazy things. What's the Bagman? The Bagman. If last makes 2 slam attacks. Boom. Let's see. Icons. Give a little multi-attack symbol. Need to find a good icon. Bagman. I don't know what the Bagman is. Modules. D&D Beyond. Okay, let's look somewhere else. Answer to what the Abyss is. It is an area outside of and surrounding every realm that is also known as the first creation in abyssal language. Dang. Icon's magic control. Core data. Yeah, I think the Abyss is very cool. It's just like the endless nothing. I need to learn more about that. Here we go. Icons. Nice. Skills? Melee? Multi? Nope. I don't know if this really matters that much. Let's just put this one. Boom. There we go. What's the Bagman? What is this Bagman? Okay, let's give Lifferlass his roleplay information. It is literally infested and home to the first godlike beings that are stronger than most gods and even the creator deity. They are oftentimes feral and animal-like, but cannot be seen without dying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like I said, I used a at the end of Ghost of Saltmarsh, there was some aboliths. So I had to learn a little bit about aboliths. So that was pretty cool. Look up Bagman and the Bag of Holding. Okay. Bagman. It's a 5e creature. Oh, well, this is from D&D Wiki. The Bagman is an urban legend about an adventurer who sought to escape doom by abandoning his party and hiding inside of a bag of holding. Ugh. When he tried to leave, though, he became lost amid a constantly increasing number of extra-dimensional storage spaces. Over time, the strange forces of his magical in-between place transformed the adventurer into a monstrous creature. Now, every night, the Bagman slips out from a random bag of holding. If he doesn't find his home, he drags someone back into the bag with him and leaves behind some trinket from his kingdom of lost junk. Some say that if you speak too loudly over an open bag of holding or whisper, "Follow my voice," into a magical storage space 3 times, the Bagman will come after you. This is Beetlejuice? This is Beetlejuice for a bag of holding D&D? Any character might know the story of the Bagman. What the Bagman is and how you use the urban legend is up to you. Is there truly a Bagman, or is he just a story? If the object vanishes overnight and someone finds something isn't in their bag of holding, is the Bagman to blame? Is the Bagman just a monster that preys on adventurers, or is he the dark lord of his own hidden domain? Possibilities for horror and adventurers are endless, and nowhere, especially not the adventurer's gear, is safe. Oh my god. So this is Beetlejuice for the bag of holding in D&D. Aboliths are the children of the abyssals, but aren't true abyssals. Oh. They are only the offspring of abyssals and mortals and are impure. Wow. Yeah, so the aboleth in Ghost of Saltmarsh actually was like shunned by everyone in the Abyss because he like took on worshipping Therisdun, which is like the abyssals and the aboleths, like you're not supposed to have religion, like we're the originals, you know, something like that. And he like fled the Abyss, and with him he took like all of these abyssal creatures, and when he escaped the Abyss, he landed in the material plane and like started wreaking havoc on this city called the Styes. And in the Styes he started like controlling people, and like I said, he like did a bunch of killings, and like all of the negative energy from the killings and the chaos and like the fear that the aboleth was causing, he was funneling all of that negative energy into a juvenile kraken that they had. Oh yeah. So he took with him from the Abyss a juvenile kraken. They can be killed, whereas a true abyssal cannot be killed, even by the creator deity, because without them, the creator would have never existed. Oh. Dang. That's some deep stuff. But yeah, Bagman, I definitely like this Bagman idea, and I think that I need to include that in my campaign. Sorry if you hear a siren right now. But yeah, I will definitely be including the Bagman in this story somehow. Absolutely. Just as like a random encounter, maybe, because they're going to get a bag of holding somewhere along the line, and we have an artificer that is going to try to create some bags of holdings. So I think that's probably a pretty good idea. Nice little side quest, nice little side encounter. You start noticing that some of their stuff is gone. Got to figure out why their stuff is gone, and then they go into like some crazy extraplanar dimension inside of the bag of holding or something. I don't know. What to think about that? Bagman in the bag of holding. Let's put that. Hold on. We're gonna have to put this in the list so I don't forget it. I definitely like that. Just some funny guy. Maybe come. You know, like what the hell's his name? Tingle from Legend of Zelda. I feel like that's very Tingle coded. I don't know why I'm thinking of Tingle, but that's just who I'm thinking of right now. And maybe Tingle's the Bagman. I don't know why I'm thinking about him and why I want him to be. That's kind of who I want the Bagman to be. I'm just gonna be honest. This is who I want the Bagman to be. Most who venture into the abyss either die or become an aboleth, because becoming an abyssal though methods are reborn as an immortal that cannot be harmed or hurt but still feels pain but worse. Yeah, hard pass on me going to the abyss. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No, the abyss is cool. I definitely like that, and I definitely think that Tingle is going to be the Bagman. I don't know why. I just want him to be the Bagman. Anyway. Anywho, that was a tangent, but we're back. Liferlas. Okay, we're working on Liferlas. A druid of the Emerald Enclave awakened the tree Liferlas with a spell. Golden Fields is his home, and his people are his friends. Children like to carve their names and initials into his body and hang from its bows. And he's happy with that. He's happy with people carving into his body? That's kind of crazy. I exist to protect the people and plants of Goldenfield. Children are wonderful. I do anything to make them feel happy and safe. Can't remember people's names and often get them mixed up. Good old Liferlas. Abyssals cannot be perceived without almost certain death, even by gods. Most arrogant gods that have accidentally found themselves in the abyss either die or learn from their mistakes. Oh my gosh, man. That's crazy. Are you like the abyss expert? I feel like you might be the abyss expert. I need to. It's so hard to like stay on track with like campaigns and stuff, because I always want to go on these tangents and like, now you're in the Shadowfell, now you're in the abyss, now you're in let's go portal hopping and go through a bunch of different like planes of existence, and then you forget all about the campaign that you're originally on. Okay, we made Liferlas. Made two of them. Okay. Next is Ji Lang. Acolyte. Okay. Let's see if we can find Acolyte. Okay, we do have an Acolyte. Nice. Okay. Brother, I just know things and I try to remember them. Especially when the abyss is slowly being removed from Modern Edition. True. Very true. Like I like really had to dig for stuff, and I didn't even really use it. Like I didn't really need to use it, since it was just about the styes more about the styes. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. This is not the same Acolyte though. But this one. Oh, I have to change this up a little bit. Yeah, this is definitely different. Okay, 12. Dex, 15. Con, 11. Well, you are, in my mind, you are officially now the Abyss expert. So, the literal god of chaos, rot and decay in D&D, not Tiamat, is literally an aspect of the Abyss. He is immortal who got out alive of the Abyss. Yeah. No, that's crazy. That is crazy. Skills. Let's see skills. Acrobatics. Boom. Athletics. Boom. Perception. Boom. Stealth. Boom. Doesn't say that it's this one. I don't know why she wouldn't have proficiency in medicine or religion, but that's what this stat block says, so we're gonna make it. The same. Passive perception 15. Okay. Languages. He can die, but he can't be erased, and the art for him is pretty disturbing. What? What's his name? Rot. Oh, his name is Rot. God of Rot and Decay, D&D. Moander? His name Moander? Does he have a name? God of Chaos, Theriston? Also, Eldritch Blast was originally a form of Abyss magic in 2nd edition. The giant flesh. Oh, okay, yeah. Moander, that's his name, yeah. Giant flesh plant thing. Pretty sweet. It's just like a shambling mound, basically. Symbol of Moander is like a hand. That's what I'm looking at, by the way. I forgot that I'm on the other screen. It's just the Forgotten Realms wiki. That's must be the art that you're speaking of. The Jawed God. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I like the hand symbol. That's pretty cool. Hand with the mouth in it. Pretty sweet. Eldritch Blast with it. Oh yeah. Wonder, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's not really a lot of gods and other planar travel in this story because it's all about the giants and stuff, which is fine. There's like a Kraken society that is in this book that like kind of plays into some of the stuff, and it's kind of, I feel like it's a little out of place. I don't know why they put that in there, but I think they just needed like a third party that ends up kidnapping the guy. He conquered the realms multiple times, but has always been removed by the gods. Yeah. I mean, they're like, you know, dude, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, you know, all the time. We got things we gotta do here, you know? Can't just be destroying existence all the time. Okay. Armor class? What's the armor class? Armor class has to be 15. Just do flat. There we go. 15. Boom. 15. There we go. Orium dragons are really funny. What? I've never heard of that. Orium dragon. It's a metallic dragon named after the crimson-hued metal used by ancient empires. Orium dragons are likewise obsessed with the secret of bygone ages. Orium dragons dwell among crumbled ruins, forgotten fortresses, and temples deep in the jungle. So what's funny about the Orium dragons? Yeah, they seem like kind of straightforward, right? Okay, put another quarterstaff here. Get rid of this one. Yes, and we'll give her a sling. Boom, sling. This person also gets multi-attack. Orium Obsidian Paper? A paper dragon? Nickel and purple dragons are the strongest forgotten dragons alongside vampire dragons. How's a paper dragon one of the strongest dragons though? Could you just like get it wet and then and then it like crumples or something, or like you just burn it? Just like throw it into like the ocean and it just disintegrates. Description. Boom. Boom. There we go. And Mercury as well as Fang dragons. I really like all the different kinds of dragons. Like you could really do like anything. I really like all the gem dragons, like all the sapphire and all the stuff that they did with Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. Like, cause you just have like so many different choices. And I never heard of a vampire dragon or obsidian. I remember in Icewind Dale, there's the Chardalyn dragon. That was pretty cool. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, that's good. We got all the stuff. Paper dragons are a construct that cannot be killed since they literally feed off the magic around them, mostly spells and tomes. Dang. But like, that's what I'm saying, like, couldn't you just like burn the paper that makes the dragon? Just like, just burn it, you know? Okay, got the ideals, bonds, and flaws. Zilang is a devout worshipper of Shantea, the Earth Mother. She has considerably less faith in the Golden Fields defenders, so she patrols the temple farm during her off-duty hours. Her ideals are, if we faithfully tend to our guards in our field, Shantea will smile upon us. It says Golden Fields is the breadbasket of the North. People depend on its safety and prosperity, and I'll do what I must be done to protect it. I don't trust authority. I do what my heart says is right. Dang. See you later. While they are mostly forgotten, especially purple and obsidian dragons is because they are so rare within the lore, and often lived as long as, if not longer than, a god. Dang. But I'm like, what would happen if you just burned a paper dragon? Like, would they die? Would they still die, or? Also, what is a purple dragon? What is that, like, made out of? Just purple? Just purple stuff? What is the purple? There we go. Good to go. Eros Zeldrin, there we go. Okay, does she have... No, she does not have enough hit points. This needs to be 22. Oh. A purple dragon. Purple dragons use divinity and abyss magic. And they are at the very beating of their wings can kill minions and people in an instant. Dang. So it's just like purple stuff. It's just like purple matter from the abyss and divine magic. They're just like made of the abyss. Okay, we are done with Z. We're gonna have to start with a commoner for this guy. Purple dragons were outcasted by the original dragon god, but we don't know why, since their alignment is lawful good. Probably just too good, you know? Dragons are, you know, maybe a little bit competitive, you know, maybe they... What is with this guy? He's got fur on him? What the heck? Bear hug. Interesting. Okay, let's make this person armor class. He's a Yeti. What? Okay, let's find a Yeti instead. Yeti. Let's delete that. Let's make this Yeti. He does not really have all this stuff, but it's fine. What kind of armor? He's got no armor. 10. How about flat? 10. They rarely kill people and don't keep treasure rooms or lairs. They live literally anywhere and often choose to live as mortal, die, and are reborn from the corpse as an egg hatch and then quickly mature. that kind of sounds like cheating. Like they're getting like respawns like that. Like that's kind of that's kind of crazy. Okay, health is 22. Okay, strength 16. Dex 10. Con 15. Intelligence 11. Wisdom 12. Charisma 14. Purple dragons, huh? Oh, dang. Yeah, see, all this stuff, like, you really don't, you're kind of right, like, you really don't learn about, like, any of this stuff in D&D 5e. Like, you just kind of, like, I don't know. You definitely do not pick up a lot of this stuff. They are often able to fight gods and come out on top since they often have more experience and are wiser, since they are one of the first creations along with abyssals and gods. Like, you really don't learn a lot of this stuff in D&D 5e. Like, you just don't. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you can put whatever you want into your games, but I have not heard of any of this stuff, and like I don't know. It's kind of wild. To me, that's kind of wild. Okay, skills, stealth. Nope. Let's do intimidation and perception. So thank you for teaching me all of this stuff. I need to learn about it. No dark vision. No immunities. No Yeti. Let's give them Urpin. No fear of fire. None of this stuff. Nope. Nope. Let's give him a club. Just a regular club. And purple dragons can only be killed by another purple dragon or by consuming their soul. See, that makes sense to me. Nickel dragons are often the size of a somewhat larger golem or cadaver collector, and oftentimes hunters mistake them for infants or juveniles despite that being their final form. Oh, yeah. Hey, you got the info. You got the intel. I definitely need to learn more. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to give him a special ability. A bear hug. He's got a bear hug. Feature. Description. Okay. +5 to hit, reach 5. They're among the fastest dragons, able to move at Mach 1 when flying. What? That's pretty sweet. That is pretty sweet. Let's see. Activities? Attack. Yeah, there we go. Bear hug. Okay. Icon. We'll give it a little icon. Yep. What is that? Got a fist or something? They're also able to fight most dragons and survive the encounters, or just kill the other dragons since their size confuses the dragon. Nice, I like that. Small and scrappy. It's definitely cool. Attack classification. It's a melee weapon attack. Don't need to prompt it. Okay. Action. Cost an action. Instantaneous. Consumption. Targeting. Range. 5 feet. Targets. Enemy. Wait. Targets. Creature. Targets one creature. Effect. Attack ability. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Default strength. To hit bonus. Flat to hit. Critical. Attack mode. What is the damage? Let's see if we can find the damage. Dragons are ranked by their size and age. Most nickel dragons are born the size of a common house cat, and their teenage years are the size of a bear, and by adulthood, size largely went down. Nice, nice. Okay, how do I assign the damage? Okay. Paper dragons are smaller, being the size of an infant human's hand. What? Okay, so they are like little paper dragon. Okay. But you said you can't kill the paper dragons? Attack roll per target. Trying to find the damage for this attack. I think it just... Monster feature. Oh gosh. Data. Also, fang dragons have been completely removed from modern editions. They don't use magic, only brute strength, and often slaughtered entire countries. in a single day because no one could kill them. Dang, why do you think that they were removed from modern editions? Maybe they were replaced by like Drake Wardens or whatever, or getting a little stuck on this bear hug thing. Okay, can we do that? Nope. Here we go. Items. Their scales are made out of bone, metal, magic, and hardened skin. They are eventually hunted into near extinction. Only 3 or 4 of them still alive. Dang. You think that's why they were not included in some of the modern editions? I don't think I want an action. There we go. Gotta figure out how to put. I think I need to change this instead, not into a feature, but an item, or like a weapon attack. Yeah, weapon. A bear hug. Weapon. Try a weapon instead. Yeah, I think this will work better. Copy, paste, format. I think this will be better. Yes, there we go. Proficiency level, automatic. This is... They regularly hunted other dragons, and their mindset was, if you beat me, you're stronger, and I respect that. Let's grab a drink. They only respected those stronger than themselves and even mortals. Yeah. It's like a dog eat dog world, dragon eat dragon world out there. Reach is 5 feet. Damage 1d4 plus 3. Bludgeoning. Okay. Activities. Name. Bear hug. I think I don't really need to spend this much time on this attack, but it's fine. There we go. Will this work? A nat 20. I think I'll just have to remember to look. Yeah. I'll just have to look at the However, they didn't fully respect other fang dragons. since oftentimes their mothers would be cannibals. What? That's crazy. Remove claw. So did you ever use any of these dragons in your games, or? There we go. Put in the description. Innkeeper Miros is a retired carnival attraction dubbed the Yeti because of his barrel-shaped body and the thick white hair covering his arms, chest, back, and head. When Goldenfield suffers, so does his business, so he takes strides to protect the compound. I didn't realize there was ideals and bonds sections up here, so we're going to use those instead. There we go. As does the Armada Enclave, I believe that civilization and the wilderness need to learn to coexist. I've had a Mercury dragon slaughter an entire party because they wouldn't trade with it. Dang, ruthless. You TPK'd them? You killed all of them? Bonds, make fun of me all you want, but don't speak ill of my inn or my employees. Flaws, when something upsets me, I have a tendency to fly into a rage. Did you TPK the party for not trading with your Mercury dragon? Here's this Yeti guy. Kind of crazy. There we go. Boom. He is way hairier than I expected. Like, there's definitely something else going on there. Like, that guy's got like some werewolf in him or something. Like, that is some were-yeti in him. I don't know what to call that. All right, we're almost there. We have two more to go. I kind of got a little distracted with this. Mercury dragons can literally kill people in an instant because it controls air and mercury, often combining them when threatened or offended. Dang. So you just like fill the air in their lungs until their lungs burst or something. That's pretty serious. Remind me to definitely trade with the Mercury Dragon. I will not mess that up. Resident Mage. Okay, now we need a mage. Mage. Boom. Boom. There we go. Maxine Strathcala. They're literally made of mercury. Can you get mercury poisoning from a mercury dragon? Alright, armor class is 10. Change this up a little bit. 10. Hit points are 27. Speed 30. Arcana and History. These are a little bit different. 8. 11. 11. 17. 12. 11. Good to go. This Arcana and History is a little bit higher, but I don't really think it matters that much. Okay. Give them a staff. So remove the dagger. Paragraphs in seconds. What's that? What do you mean? we got spell casting. Make sure you got the same spells. Firebolt, light, mage hand. Fine, that's fine. Mage armor, magic missile. Oh. Let's remove all of this stuff. Oh, there we go. Nope, she's just got a few of these. Oh. It's the challenge rating. Oh, I got you. Nice. Yeah, so what's the I'm still very curious about these paper dragons. Are they like something you would find in like a wizard tower or something, or like maybe the paper dragons are like folded into a book, or where would you find a paper dragon? That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. I think you just have to delete these. Okay. I wish you could get rid of this whole section, because I don't want. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But we do need to give her a suggestion. Spells. Suggestion. Go. Give her 2 slots, I guess. They were created by a mage. I forget his name. And then they started eating his tomes and magical abilities and started making more of themselves. Dang, it's like the SpongeBob, Mahoy Minoy, Doodle Bob. It's Doodle Bob. It's literally Doodle Bob, right? It's literally Doodle Bob, right? But just a dragon. So some mage made a Doodle Bob dragon, and it started eating his books and recreating themselves. It's kind of crazy. Doodle dragon. They literally eat magic. That's crazy. Oh, maybe I might have to use a paper dragon on the wizard in my party. He's a scribe wizard. I feel like I would feel kind of bad, like eating pages out of a wizard's book, because that would feel really bad as a player to have that happen. And you're just like losing spells. But I'd give him like some way of getting the spells back. Maybe he could like defeat the paper dragon and then recopy the spells back into his book. Even the life force of living beings. Dang. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I like that idea. I like the idea of the paper dragon. I like the idea of the bag man. So we're going to put that also in there. Paper dragon. Just some random encounters, ideas that I'm getting from your vast knowledge. This isn't exactly what this says, but I think it's fine. Okay, here we go. Golden Fields crops are vital to Waterdeep's survival. which is why the Watchful Order of Magus and Protectors sent Maxine to make sure the temple farm is adequately defended. At first, she regarded the task as punishment, but now she appreciates the peace and quiet. Honestly, Maxine, I feel that. Maxine. I really wish that I could get a special quest to go get some peace and quiet. I would love that. There's no problem that can't be solved with magic. Heard that. Honestly. I have a great respect for Lady Laryl Silverhand of Waterdeep. She and the Lord's Alliance are going to bring much needed order to this lawless land. Her flaw is, I am too smart to be wrong about anything. That's fair. That's fair. Did I save it? Yes, I did. Oops. Go. Dunzo. Okay, only one more to go. Orin Yuggovly. Yuggovly. I don't know how to say that. Yuggovly. Yuggovly. Whatever. Yuggovly. Yugilvi. They cannot be bound, dispelled, or wished away. Only starved, since they can already bound by divine magic to the plane they inhabit. Oh, that's interesting. So they literally can't defeat them until they starve it of magic. That's kind of wild. You have to like put it in like in a little cage or something and starve it. It's kind of messed up. Okay, this next one is a musician. No. Bard. Put a bard. Go. Orin. Not even gonna attempt that last name again. Bro's got no weapons. He's got a dagger. What does he do? He's a musician. What does he do? He doesn't even have any... What? This guy does nothing. This guy does nothing. What? Usually it takes 40 days for it to starve, but it's hard to contain them since you literally can't see them when they move, since they are so fast they can use every form of magic. What? That's kind of wild. Honestly, I think this guy should just be a commoner. I think I'm just gonna make him a commoner. He's just a singer. He has no instruments, no magic. He just literally is a singer at the bar. That's all he does. Give him a dagger. This guy is in danger. I will tell you right now, this guy is not going to last. Strength 8. This guy's dying. This guy's 100% gonna die in the fight of Golden Fields. Intelligence 11, Wisdom 10, Charisma 16. Skills. Perception. Performance. I don't know what you're performing. I guess you're just singing. Persuasion. Damage resistances. Every book containing magic that they have consumed is added to their abilities, and if you don't stop that quickly, it can become practically near immortal. Dang. Yeah, that is maybe the big bad, the blue dragon, Imrith, is gonna have some paper dragons or something. Damage resistance, poison. Can we get some traits, some halfling traits? No. What about some legacy stuff? Nope. They also gain immunity to whatever magic they learn. Dang. They're quite literally the biggest asshole snakes in the Nickel Dragon. Honestly, like, how do you even stop that? Like, you said you have to starve them, but, like, how do you even stop that? Sounds very difficult to deal with. Okay, we'll just give them some of these. Halfling nimbleness feature. Orbit can move through the space of any creature that is of its size larger than his. Okay. Next. It's lucky feature. Then we roll a 1. When he rolls a run on attack roll, ability check, saving throw, he can re-roll the die and must use the new roll. Okay. Lucky. They literally eat everything since everything contains divine magic, since it's being held together by gods and therefore it can be eaten. Right? Wow. Stout resilience. Okay. Advantage on saving throws against poison. Boom. Done. He's got a dagger. D4 +1. Carries 4 daggers. Guy's kind of a little lackluster. He's kind of not really got like anything going for him. No offense, Orin, but like all the other NPCs were they kind of had something, you know? You're just like Orin came to North Furrow's End looking for easy work and found it. He sings for his supper, drinks like a fish, and wanders the fields at night, dreaming up new lyrics to entertain the inn's other guests. Orin likes to stir up trouble from time to time, but he doesn't have a mean bone in his body. What's this guy doing in this story? Like, what? I don't know what this guy's doing, but they're gonna have to protect him and make sure he doesn't die. Music is food for the soul. You had me at can I buy you a drink? I have a knack for putting myself in harm's way. Good thing I'm lucky. This guy is literally just put here just to be like cannon fodder and like just to be in the way. Also, cadaver collectors are equally terrifying compared to obsidian dragons. At least somewhat. I don't know what a cadaver collector is. I've never heard of that one before. Okay, we got all of the actors set up. Oh, we forgot his art. Oops. I've never heard of a cadaver collector. go. Boom. Okay, I gotta find out what this Orin guy actually does. Like, I don't know what you're doing in Golden Field. Among the other guests of North Furrows and are numerous actors, musicians, acrobats, and other performers of Waterdeep and Daggerford. These spirited folk entertain locals during afternoon picnics at the town circle. A halfling singer and lute player. Okay, so he's got a lute. At least he can play a lute. He's got a lute. Give him a lute. Lute player named Orin Yolgavi is the only permanent resident in the inn among them. He has a fondness for Golden Gulp and gets a free room and board for keeping the residents of Golden Fields entertained. After a few drinks, Orin likes to wander the compound in search for inspiration, often wakes up in the field the morning after. Oh no. Oh, luckily for the people of Golden Fields, a half-drunk halfling named Orin Yoglavi spots the monstrous trespassers and sounds the alarm. So, when the orcs attack Golden Field, Orin is the guy who raises the alarm. Hill howlers get lost in the wheat field, emerge in random clustering of grain towers, head back to the field, right to the abbey. Orin spots the eye stabbers while wandering through the town half drunk, mulling over lyrics. Using his powerful set of lungs, he sounds the initial alarm and rushes back towards the inn. Okay, so he's not like totally useless, I guess. So the guards of the gatehouses on the wall and the brewery are too far away to hear Orin's call to arms, but everybody else can hear him. Okay, he's got a quest. Spooked by rumors that giants are rampaging through the north, he asked the characters if they could check on his sister Lily, works at the Happy Cow Tavern in Daggerford. I think there's another quest for Happy Cow from somebody else. Yep, there it is. From Shalvis. They are sentient beings and often take bounties from guilds that are essentially contracts for hitmen in the guild, and they often have a 100% kill rate across every contract they get. Dang. These are sentient beings. Are they like humanoid? They like take the shape of humans, or they kind of just do whatever they want, or... Also wants to deliver a hastily written letter to Lily that tells her he's doing fine, and could she send him some money? Lily married into the Hard Cheese family, which owns and operates the Happy Cow Tavern in Daggerford. The real family business, however, is money lending. The halflings use the tavern to attract new clients, while the Happy Cow breaks even. Yeah, this family, not a good money maker. Right now, the Hard Cheese money lending business is on the ropes. These guys are loan sharks. Black Network has sent agents in Daggerford handing out interest-free loans. Oh no, these are the real loan sharks. Has sent agents into Daggerford handing out interest-free loans, but breaking the arms of anyone who fails up to pay. Hard cheeses simply can't compete. Read the message before that one. Also, cadaver collectors are equally terrifying when compared. They're classified as abominations. They're essentially human. Oh, okay, I got you. Nice. Okay. Alright, so Orin's quest is to just stop some Zentrims from ruining their loan shark business. Gives the party a cask of Golden Gulp as a gift. I really want to find out a way to... the one after the cadaver collection mentioned. Right. They're sentient beings. Often take bounties. Right. Monstrous abomination humanoid hitmen. Nice. I really want to find a way to connect this rat guy. I forget where he is. There's some bounty. Wanted? Here we go. Werewolf Forkbeard. The Weevil is wanted for theft and murder. Okay, so where is Weevil actually? Zentharl's Keep. Where is Zentharl's Keep? There's just so much you can do in Storm King's Thunder. So many places. It's kind of crazy. Zentharl was a well-known ranger and explorer of the north. Fortified village that bears his name stands in the middle of nowhere. On the west side of a notoriously dangerous and rugged stretch of the Long Road. Where's the Long Road? Going to find this place. We're going to find it. Where's the Long Road? There's the Black Road. I have to look this up. South of Mirabar. Zentharl's Keep. Oh, that's like really far away from where they're going to be. I don't know if they're going to be able to go all the way up there. Maybe. They're often twice as large as an owl bear. Dang. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We did all of these tokens. Very nice. Okay. What else can we do? What are some things that we can do? Elven Ruins areas. Okay. So basically with that one, I wanted to better define these areas instead of just kind of making up as I go. So let's see if Morvold has any descriptions of what this map is. You can't kill a cadaver collector. Only hope that you can evade one for the rest of your life. Dang. It's like the snail. The snail that is always coming for you and you can't escape it, and it only like you can only run away from it, and if it ever touches you, you die. But it moves really slow. Marvel Press. There we go. I'm getting kind of hungry. Not gonna lie. Getting a little hungry. So this is the Elven Ruins that I found. They also have a personal hit list for people that they absolutely hate. So could you hire a cadaver collector? Like, could you hire them to put a hit on somebody? This is where I got the Elven Ruins map from. Looks like there are some descriptions of some of the areas. There was a banshee there. So yeah, let's see. An obsidian bird shrine. Sweet. Let's do some journal entries for it. Add page. Elven Ruins. Okay, level. It's going to be 3. No. No, we can just click and drag it. Right? Yeah. Anyone can hire a cadaver collector. They usually work for free if it is a construct. If it's a contract to kill someone or something. Dang, they just kill for fun. They just kill for the game. If it isn't, they will still do it, but they will demand payment of dead bodies. Nice. Damn, they're just really killing for the game. That's crazy. They're traveling through Arctic Forest for 3 hours. A large tree has been placed across the river. Leads you to a collection of long forgotten elven ruins. The light and sounds up ahead indicate that someone has taken up residence in the ruins. Okay. How do we do? We do little subsections. Must be part of the levels. Yes, okay. Add page, okay. Dead elves. No, level 2. It's in here. Nope. Okay. I see. So instead, go here and do heading 3. Dead. Wait. 1. Dead elves. Find 3 dead elf warriors left to rot. been picked clean and looted. See if that works. Now, can I make a button? Forget how to do this. I think I just click and drag. Yes. Okay. Custom. Oh, now we have to find the icons. I forget what the icons are. Let's look back on Nightstone. Yeah, it's very, it's definitely interesting. I posted why they take contracts in the messages. Yeah, I saw that, yeah. I'm wondering if I could like put one in some of the factions and stuff. Okay. Okay, there we go. Boom. Custom. Okay, 1. Nice. There we go. So now when I click this, nice. Let's check the size. 40. They are usually described in lore as gentlemen, but still precise. Very, very Hitman-esque, yeah. I have not played Hitman in a very, very long time. Alright, Old Well. Okay, Morval Press has a little bit here. We're going to change it up. The images for them are crazy. Let me see. Do they have a 5e stat block? They might. Oh. Okay, I was imagining like a person. I was not imagining this. Oh. Cadaver collector. Pretty crazy. They just like put them on their back. Just stab them onto their back. Okay, good to go. On to the next job. Old Well. This is what Mortal Press says. Have covered Old Well, leaving the ruin in the courtyard, which may contain water, perhaps that serves, blah, 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 blah. Look, we're going to say a goblin is currently leaned over the edge of the well and is trying to pull up a rope. That's how they live, by draping them on their beds. Nasty. It's nasty. I would say the goblin doesn't have any treasure or anything, but we'll say goblin is trying to pull up a a bucket that contains 4 gold pieces. That's it. Cadaver collectors never attack one another and often avoid each other. Of course, of course. They absorb the abilities and life forces from the dead. Oh. So you can have it like attack the party, and if it kills one of the party members, it takes their powers. Okay, got the old well. Say 2. Boom. Honestly, I don't even really need to do this. I'm just kind of doing this just to make it nicer to run when I run it. That is the reason why they always have 100% kill rate. True, true. So how do you kill this thing? Do you just... Oh, you said you just avoid it. You just run away from it forever. But like, isn't this thing gonna like try to search you out like as long as it lives until it serves its contract? They originally were constructs, but over time started making more of themselves and became a race eventually. Ugh. Yeah, that's wild. You just can't kill it. You just keep running away from it forever. Okay. 3. Reserved interior. Few of the chambers still have intact floors, not been overgrown, with intricate carvings and symbols of... We're going to say Shantaea, Lathander. What were the other ones that we said? Sylvanus. Maliki. And Eldath. They will find you no matter where you go, and they will either kill you or wait till you die and then claim the contract. But if the contract is too difficult, they will do other contracts alongside yours. Dang. So you really do just have to avoid them forever. I mean, surely you can destroy one of these things, right? Like, you can destroy anything, right? Surely you could kill this thing. I mean, a party with enough good rolls could kill anything, right? Wink, wink, right? Okay. What else we got? Unicorn statue. There's no way to kill a cadaver collector, at least not technically. You can kill it, but then it absorbs the life force and reanimates itself. Damn. So you have to like banish it to another plane, maybe? You have to like permanently banish it to another plane of existence, or trap it in like something that it can't get out of, or... Okay. Okay, let's do magic mushrooms. A few goblins are seated. There are records of them killing demigods and even wiping out entire hordes of demons just to fulfill a contract. Damn. That's crazy. A few goblins are seated around. They considered the perfect hitmen and soldiers. So, like, you said that they have their own race, but, like, would they be part of, like, an empire or, like, a group or anything? Or they operate independently and people just kind of reach out to them for contracts, or... A small open courtyard that has been overgrown with magical glowing mushrooms. The goblins are making awful faces at one another and giggling loudly. It is clear they are under the influence of some substance. One goblin stands watch nearby so they can enjoy their magical mushrooms. They often avoid each other if on contracts, but if not, they will travel together and seek contract to trade with one another for better gear and abilities. Nice. Treasure. Goblins have nothing of value aside from a few ounces of magic mushrooms. And that will just be an excuse for the party to eat some magic mushrooms. Okay. 5. Unicorn statue. So I don't really get... I know this is like an elven thing, but I don't know why there's a statue here and there's a statue here. They tolerate other races and are often really friendly unless you are their contract. And if you are their contract, they will treat you with great... And if you are their contract, they will treat great respect and expect the same. So you can talk with these things? I don't know if I would want to talk to one of these things. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Unicorn statue. Let's see what Marvel Press says. In another section of the ruins stands an intact statue of a unicorn with an offering bowl resting beneath it. Bowl seems to have held something recently and is unsure if elves remain or if some other part of the Fae may be paying homage. I think that's good. I think we'll just leave that. I think that if they put something... Maybe they can find what was supposed to be... The bowl seems to have held something recently and is unsure if the elves remained. So I'm going to say they mostly speak common but can speak every language if they're absorbed someone that spoke that language and is added to their vocabulary. Nice. Dang, so they could like hide in the bushes and like speak their language and try to trick somebody. I'm gonna say that this goblin up here stole a crystal. What are we gonna say is in the unicorn's offering bowl? You can only speak the languages that they know. Nice. What do you think I should put in this unicorn offering bowl? What will be a good offering to Fae or unicorn that the goblins stole? Brother, they are 21, 34 feet tall. What do you mean? I mean, you know, you can find a big enough rock to hide behind, or maybe like above, you know? Hide above somebody, get the drop on them. If they're hitmen, if they're expert hitmen, they're gonna have to hide at some point, right? Are they just gonna charge at everything they see? I imagine some kind of hitmen would have to hide at some point. Goblins inspecting the obsidian crow, obsidian bird shrine. Have taken the, let's say, what would I put in a unicorn statue offering bowl? However, one of the weirdest things that they have is the ability to read minds and teleport, in a sense. In a sense, they like, what do you mean? Like they can like Misty Step, or they can't really teleport? Kind of like a... Yeah, how could you, you know... Is it a full teleport, or... Can absorb the memories of others and can teleport to a person or place if they've encountered them more than 9 times. Oh, that's a very specific number. Very specific number of encounters. I'm trying to think of what would be in this offering bowl. Maybe just some gold. Take in the... maybe we put a potion in there. I think maybe just like a little potion. They have weird abilities, yeah. Give me a random potion. What would a what? I don't want a random potion, I want an actual potion. I want a real D&D potion. They sound very cool. They sound cool. I have never heard of them before. I don't know why elves would put a potion in that offering bowl, actually. I don't think that makes sense. Maybe we do like a loot. Maybe do a little trinket. Let's go with a little trinket. A piece of crystal that faintly glows in the moonlight. Perfect. Moonlight crystal. I will say that this crystal can be used to turn any item into a moon touched item. So like a moon touched sword. Yes, yes. Also, the only thing more terrifying than carrot is a house mimic. More terrifying than cadaver collector is a house mimic, in my opinion. Yes, like the party that is like overly cautious about everything being a mimic. Like, okay, you enter the house, literally the entire house is a mimic. You just entered its mouth, basically. The ceiling is a mimic. I played a game once where someone had the ceiling was a mimic. They are literally immortal. Dang. You can't kill a house mimic? You can't just burn the house down? I'll just burn the house down. If I entered a house and it turned out to be a full house mimic, I'm burning that house down. Goblins inspecting Obsidian Bird Shrine have taken the moonlight crystal that was in the offering bowl and are trying to offer it to the bird shrine. Boom. Boom. Okay. Magic mushrooms. 60. Okay. Unicorn statue. That is number 5. So you could not kill a house mimic? House mimics gain the abilities of what they eat, and the older they are, the harder they are to kill. Usually, even the items and furniture inside the house mimic are the mimic as well. What? So how would you run that? How would you run like a party through that? How would you explain that everything is actually a mimic? Like if they try to pick up a book from inside, like how'd you explain that? Like how it disconnects from, you know? House mimics also gain immunity to things they eat as well. So if they eat a human, simple, you don't. Okay. So what happens then if somebody picks up a book? Like what? Like how would you run a house? You know, like how would you run a house mimic? When do they find out that the house is a mimic? They just get eaten and then it's over. GG's, you are dead. Okay, obsidian bird statue. The meaning of this statue may be lost to most, but a large obsidian carved statue depicting the head of a large bird rests within a curved stone shrine. Before it rests an altar which may have held a book or offering. So let's say which which held a scroll of... Need some scrolls for the scribe wizard. Because if they find out too late, everything in the house gets to surprise attack individually on the party, including the house itself. So, do they become like animated objects, kind of like you know, Fantasia, like animated brooms, or would you turn them into like purple slimy, you know, classic mimic tentacles and stuff? Let's do some first ones. Oh, which held a scroll to find familiar, of course. We'll do a couple scrolls. Find familiar. Let's say disguise self. They literally morph into whatever the mimic has eaten. Dang. And let's see, what else? Unseen servant? Which the goblins have looted. They're now trying to offer a moonlight crystal by smashing it onto the offering. By smashing it onto the altar. They're gonna have to try to stop these goblins before they destroy the crystal. There we go. There we go. Number 6. Kind of went in a weird order, but for instance, it has just eaten a world-renowned fighter, and it now can turn the objects within it to perfect copies. Oh, I see. I like that. Cool idea. Very interesting. How would you describe, I mean, you said you don't, but like, would you ever describe like why it is a mimic, or usually uses the objects inside of it to eat things? Oh, okay. So the whole house mimic itself doesn't just like turn into a giant mouth when you open the door. It like lets you inside, and then the things inside of it eat you or try to eat you. Yeah, I'm burning that place to the ground. I'm 100% burning that place to the ground. All right, we're gonna copy this. We're gonna copy this horde and put it into this area right here. 100% I'm burning that place to the ground. I'm getting a lot of house, the what's the house from Curse of Strahd? Remember that? Old Elven Tower Goblin Horde. Parks Horde, it's called. House mimics in lore are super rare and highly intelligent, smarter than most people and even vampires. They can look like any form of building. Yeah, that is actually terrifying. But yeah, I'm getting it kind of reminds me of I guess it's not even close to that, but it kind of reminds me of the Death House from Curse of Strahd, because you burn it down and then it just like comes back and like you can't really get rid of it. Okay, a large rock fills the large rock. Covers the doorway that once led into the old tower. Boulder fits snugly in the doorway and must be pushed into the tower to clear the passage. Moving the boulder out of the way across a vampires, undead, and even necromancers often make deals with house mimics in order to lure in more bodies. Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. It's very Curse of Strahd-esque. Like I would imagine this house mimic being like Victorian, like maybe old, decrepit, or something like that. Maybe it looks like an old abandoned house, or maybe it's really nice. Maybe it's really nice and welcoming, and hey, you can stay in this house for a long rest. The house mimics speak. Oh, because they can speak? Dang. Sound of the rolling boulder is loud enough to be heard by the creatures in area, we'll say 3. Okay, the tower. It's an 8-foot high ceiling. It contains the grass pellet, Hark's bed. Next to it, there's blah, 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 blah. Lock is purely for show. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, sweet. Okay, we also need to put this in here. House mimics are usually hundreds of years old and are really experienced. Yeah. Maybe just like put one like in the middle of like an abandoned town, because like if it was in like a town that was like had people living in it, like people would catch on pretty quick. So like I don't think they would allow this house mimic to exist in like Waterdeep or something. So maybe put it in like an abandoned village or something. I don't know. Maybe in like a not so great part of town, or at the end of a alleyway or something. Get a little info from where is this person? Also, the messed up thing about them is they can cast magic. If they killed off their food source, they literally relocate to another town. Damn. Yeah, I would definitely have like maybe an NPC that is like trying to convince them to go into the house too. Like maybe they're disguised as like a kid or something. Like, I dare you to go in that house and sleep in it overnight, you know? Or a fake city council person. You know, you got to go into this house and clear it out, and then they find nothing inside, but you know, it's actually a mimic. But it's actually a mimic. I've yet to use a humanoid mimic out of fear. Yeah, I don't often use mimics. I think excuse me. I think people are expecting them, so you have to like really, really use them. You had to really use them sparingly for them to like really get the effect. I would not often use a mimic. Okay, let's put this here. Put a little info about Snickbat in here. At the entry to the tower. Snickbat's job is to watch for intruders and report, see what she sees to Boss Hark. Snickbat considers this duty a form of punishment. If she sees one or more well-armed individuals, Snickbat offers to lead them to Boss Hark if they promise to kill him and put her as a new boss. Snickbat knows where Hark keeps his treasure, doesn't share this information with the characters and hopes that she might get it. So she's literally standing in front of the... maybe she shouldn't be standing there. Humanoid mimics in lore are, as their name suggests, humanoid, but off in a sense. They usually act like people and sometimes mix with a mortal if they are threatened or weak in order to feed sometimes. Is that like kind of like a doppelganger? Kind of like a doppelganger, right? Damn, maybe we should put Snickbat somewhere else. Maybe we should put her just like in here. She's like keeping watch on the door, but she's chilling in here. Yeah. That's what we'll do. No? A little different than a doppelganger? Doppelganger's not really going to eat a person, I guess. They're like more like political, I guess. I don't know what to... Ruins and rats. I don't know. I feel like I should kind of move her somewhere else. It's probably fine. Maybe move the rats like over here. Yeah. Yes. They don't take the forms of others, however, their bodies take inspiration from those that have seen. Will eventually have created a body that they like and prefer and will try to act. Oh, I see. That's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Dang. I have been streaming for 4 hours now. I got distracted by doing some of this NPC stuff. I kind of got distracted with the tokens, I'm not gonna lie. But, I mean, we're still way far ahead of where the characters actually are. And I will finish up putting in these little dots and journal entries. I think I'm going to take a little break because I've been streaming for 4 hours. I think I need to get something to eat. And I will probably stream again next weekend because I have to run this game on the 14th. So I'll probably stream again either the 11th or 12th. Same time, probably the 12th. They usually don't attack people during the day, only at night. They are known to wipe out entire cities if left unchecked. Damn. Yeah, Mimic, not even once. Mimics can, like I said, you gotta use them sparingly, for sure. But yeah, I will continue. I'll probably stream again Sunday, same time, noon Eastern, just to finish up some of this stuff. Make sure we're way ahead. No problem. I'll see you next time. Yeah, thanks for chatting and hanging out the whole time. Just prepping, and if anybody else needs to get some prep done, you can join me. I definitely appreciate all of the ideas. I like Bagman. I like the paper dragons as well. I will definitely be using some of this stuff in my game, so thank you. Next time, if I don't get it done on the side, we'll continue with Golden Fields prep, some of the other old tower stuff, and yeah. So yeah, thanks for joining and thanks for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. Hope you have a chill weekend. Get ready for the week coming up, and yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one.